Good morning. The hearing board is in session. Today is Tuesday, April 18th, 2017. We're meeting in the hearing room at SCAQMD headquarters in Diamond Bar. Time is 9:02 a.m. and we have one matter to consider today. That's Phillips 66 Company, case 4900-102, a petition for a regular variance. Who's representing the petitioner?
Thank you very much. It's Chris Norton with Latham & Watkins representing Phillips in this matter for the petition to modify the variance in this case.
Thank you. And representing the executive officer?
Mary Reichert on behalf of the executive officer.
Thank you. Mr. Lofgren?
I am sitting here today in the absence of Ms. Prusak, who's the regular attorney member. I'm the alternate attorney member. I would note for the record that I've reviewed the record of the entire prior proceeding, all the exhibits 1 through 13, the findings and the decision, the minute order, and I think there was also a email from Marshall Waller to the clerk of the board dated January 23rd, 2017 concerning the startup of sorts testing. I feel prepared to go forward, but I wanted to make that disclosure. If there's no objection.
No objection, and thank you for looking through all those materials. That must have taken quite a while.
No objection.
Thank you. Those who will be testifying in this matter, please rise to be sworn in. Raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, we've received some exhibits, so let's mark them before we hear opening statements. From the district, we've received a draft regular variance conditions. We'll mark that as Exhibit B as in boy. In addition, Mr. Norton has provided us a very handy bound set of exhibits, the first 13 of which have already been marked in as much as they were part of the prior hearings. So the exhibits 14 through 20, will be marked as they are indicated on the tabs in the binder. And I think that takes care of the preliminaries. Mr. Norton.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Phillips 66 appears today seeking to extend its variance to inject steam into the crude unit heater at the Carson plant. The purpose of steam injection is to stabilize the heater flame, eliminate flame impingement, and reduce NOx at the crude unit. The Carson plant is located at 1520 East Sepulveda Boulevard in Carson, California. The Los Angeles refinery consists of both the Carson and Wilmington plants, which are located about 5 miles apart and are connected by pipelines. The subject equipment consists of the crude unit. As you may recall, this is the first unit used to process fuels at the Carson plant. The crude unit heats the crude oil so that it can be separated into usable parts. The crude unit is essential to refinery operations. Without the crude unit in service, the ability of the Carson plant to process fuels would be significantly diminished. As part of a voluntary NOx reduction project, new ultra-low NOx ZECO burners were installed at the crude unit heater at a cost of approximately $4.3 million. Responding to the NOx shave, Phillips fast-tracked the project so that the new ZECO burners could be installed during a planned major turnaround in fall of 2016. As you may recall, ZECO issued a performance guarantee of 19.8 ppm NOx without steam injection. The results were modeled prior to installation of the burners. However, the conditions in the crude unit heater are much more dynamic than ZECO had assumed when modeling the performance. In November of 2016, the crude unit was started up with the new ZECO burners, and the NOx emissions were about 45 parts per million. Moreover, when normal rates were attempted at the crude unit, the burner flames would impinge on the heater tubes. This is bad. Flame impingement can cause coking on the inside of the heater tubes, leading to tube failure and a potential for fire. The solution to improving burner performance was steam injection. When mixed with the fuel, steam helps to stabilize the flame, eliminate impingement, and reduce the NOx emissions. The old permit allowed for optional steam injection of the crude unit. The new facility permit does not. Phillips applied for a change in the permit to allow for steam injection. However, the district asked for source test information to be provided in support of the application. A variance was needed to demonstrate that the steam would reduce NOx without significantly increasing other pollutants such as ROG, reactive organic gases, PM, particulate matter, and CO, carbon monoxide. If Phillips could show that the steam injection was effective, then the district may allow for the permit to be modified and for optional steam injection to be written into the equipment description for the crude unit. The variance was granted by the board to inject steam while the district evaluates the source test information and prepares a new permit. So where are we today? Steam injection has been successfully demonstrated at the Carson plant. The new Zeco burners were operated with and without steam and were tested. The source test results were submitted to the district. The district has reviewed the source test reports, and I believe that the source test reports have been approved. Overall, the source tests show that steam injection was effective at reducing NOx levels from the crude unit heater. Steam injection reduces the NOx from the crude unit by about 100 pounds per day. It's a little disappointing. Phillips had hoped for a 220 pound per day NOx reduction, but the 100 pounds per day does remain a significant reduction in NOx emissions from the refinery. Please note that the source tests were performed at a steam to fuel ratio of 0.16. What does this mean? This means 0.16 pounds of steam per pound of fuel. Phillips found that increasing the steam to fuel ratio above 0.16 could result in operational issues such as a flame out in the crude unit heater. Moreover, as you will see in testimony, increasing the steam to fuel ratio above 0.16 did not provide further NOx reductions. To achieve compliance in this matter, the district will need to issue a new facility permit for the Carson plant that allows for steam injection at the crude unit. After consultation, it appears that the district will need another 90 to perhaps 120 days to complete its work and issue that permit. The existing variance expires today. An extension of time is needed to allow for steam injection while the district completes its work on the permit. Testifying in support of the petition is Marshall Waller and Steve Chi. They provided testimony in support of the petition for variance and are back to provide new testimony on the request for extension of the variance. We also have with us additional Phillips 66 personnel. They've been sworn in and are available to provide supporting testimony as needed. Thank you very much.
Before we go to the to Ms. Reichert, the short variance expires today, and state law does not allow us to extend a short variance. And I believe that this petition has been noticed as a regular variance, which would provide for the required noticing period. Madam Clerk, I just want to verify that that's the case. Has, I guess the question's on that note.
And one thing that might be,
The clerk has verified that the hearing today has been noticed as a regular variance, and so will proceed as a regular variance hearing.
could I make a motion to incorporate our prior testimony so we don't have to revisit all of the facts in support of the variance?
Yes, however, I would ask that you provide, well, let me ask Mr. Lofgren, is the opening a sufficient, plus your review of the documents and everything, is that sufficient, or do you need further?
No, I'm fine. It's sufficient for me.
Okay. Any objection, Ms. Reichert?
No objection.
So the evidence and testimony in the prior hearing will be incorporated. Ms. Reichert, opening.
Subject to compliance with the proposed conditions and the testimony presented here today, the district is not opposed to a granting of this variance. Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed with your first witness, Mr. Norton.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call Marshall Waller to testify. Mr. Waller, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Marshall Waller, M-A-R-S-H-A-L-L-W-A-L-L-E-R.
Are you testifying under oath today?
Yes,
And you testified under oath at the last proceeding, the petition for short variance, correct?
yes.
What is your current position at Phillips 66?
Senior environmental engineer,
How long you've been employed by Phillips 66?
36 years.
In general, what are your duties in your current position?
Environmental compliance as well as stakeholder advocacy on new rulemaking.
Are you familiar with the petition for short variance that was filed in this matter?
Yes.
Are you also familiar with the equipment that is the subject of this variance request?
Yes.
What facility is the subject of today's variance hearing?
Subject facility is the Phillips 66 Carson plant, which is located at 1520 East Sepulveda Boulevard in Carson, California.
And what equipment at the facility is the subject of the variance petition?
Subject equipment consists of the crude unit heater, equipment number D59, and our permit at the Carson plant.
In general, what function does the crude unit perform at the Carson plant?
The crude unit is the first unit used at the Carson plant to process crude into fuels. The crude unit is used to heat the crude so it can be separated into usable fractions such as naphtha, kerosene, diesel, and gas oil. Without the crude unit in service, the ability of the refinery to process crude into fuel products would be significantly impacted.
Mr. Waller, what event initiated the crude unit heater burner upgrade project at the Carson plant?
In December of 2015, the governing board voted to approve amendments to reclaim, known as the NOx shave. The rule amendments reduced the NOx emission allowances, or NOx RTCs, by a total of about 12 tons per day over the next 7 years from all reclaimed facilities. In response to the NOx shave, Phillips 66 initiated a fast-track project to permit and install ultra-low NOx burners in the Carson plant crude unit heater. By the fall, ultra-low NOx burners could be installed at the crude unit heater during a planned major turnaround at the Carson plant.
Did Phillips 66 submit a permit application to the district for the crude unit heater burner upgrade project?
Yes, in March of 2016, we submitted a permit application to the district to install 36 Zeco GLSF ultra-low NOx burners in the Carson plant crude unit heater.
And just as a reminder for the board, a copy of that application is available at Exhibit 13. Did Zeco issue a performance guarantee for the burner without steam injection?
Yes, Zeco provided a guarantee that the new burners would meet 19.8 ppm of NOx without steam injection.
And again, this is old information, but the Zeco performance guarantee without steam injection is found at Exhibit number 1. Did the district issue a permit for the crude unit heater burner upgrade project?
Yes, on August 30th, 2016, the district issued a new facility permit with a new equipment description allowing for the installation and operation of the new burners. While the prior facility permit allowed for optional steam injection, the equipment description for the new burners does not allow for steam injection.
And I'll just note for the members of the hearing board that copies of the current and prior equipment descriptions for the crude unit heater at the Carson plant are available at the document at Exhibit number 2. Did the prior crude unit heater use steam injection for flame stabilization?
Yes, the prior burners in the crude unit heater previously utilized steam injection. The prior equipment description in the facility permit expressly allowed for optional steam injection into the burners at the crude unit heater.
Mr. Waller, was the crude unit heater burner upgrade project implemented at the Carson plant?
Yes, we installed the new Zeco burners in the crude unit heater during the planned major turnaround in October of 2016.
And when were the new Zeco burners initially fired at the Carson plant?
In November of 2016, the heater was initially started up with the new burners in operation. Full fire was achieved in December of 2016.
And what happened when the new Zeco burners were initially fired, Mr. Waller?
The NOx emissions have been higher than the predicted value from Zeco of 19.8 ppm of NOx without steam injection. Moreover, the burner flame impinged on the heater tubes in the crude unit. Impingement can cause coking on the inside of the tubes, leading to tube failure. Zeco recommended modification of the burner design to allow for steam injection to reduce the flame impingement and reduce NOx emissions.
Does steam injection help stabilize the flame produced by the Zeco burners?
Yes, the steam is mixed with the fuel before it enters the burner. The steam helps to stabilize the flame and to reduce NOx emissions.
Again, we're visiting small ground, but did Zeco issue a new performance guarantee for the burner with steam injection?
Yes, they provided a guarantee that the new burners would meet 18.8 ppm NOx with steam injection.
And just as a reminder, a copy of that new ZECO performance guarantee is provided at Exhibit 3. Why did Phillips 66 originally request a short variance in this matter?
The district requested source testing in support of the permit application for a change in equipment description for the crude heater to allow for optional steam injection. To demonstrate burner performance, we needed to operate the burners with and without steam injection in violation of applicable district rules and permit conditions. If the burner performance with steam injection approved, we requested authority to continue with steam injection until the facility permit can be modified.
Did the hearing board grant the request for short variance in this matter?
Yes, Carson plant is currently operating under a short variance allowing for steam injection in the crude heater granted by the hearing board on January 19th, 2017. The variance expires today. Without an extension, we cannot continue to inject steam.
And as Mr. Camarita pointed out, the district needs to issue a regular variance to extend that, correct?
Yes.
Has the district issued the new facility permit allowing for steam injection?
Not yet. District staff is reviewing the source test information and working on the permit. We understand that the district needs about 3 more months to review the source test information and issue the new facility permit allowing for steam injection.
And how does the Carson plant achieve final compliance in this matter?
Once the facility permit can be modified and issued with the new equipment description, we should be in final compliance in this matter.
And I might just mention for the board members that copies of the minute order and the findings and decision are found at Exhibits 14 and 15 in your package, if you want to refer to those for any reason. Let's get on to the request for today. What is Phillips 66 requesting today?
We're requesting additional time to allow the district to complete its permit review, which I understand must be a regular variance now, and so that they can issue our permit for allowing steam injection.
Is Phillips requesting any changes to the existing variance conditions?
No, we're not requesting any modifications to the existing short variance conditions.
But we do have some new conditions from the district, correct?
Yes.
And those have been marked as Exhibit Number B in this matter, correct?
Yes.
Have there been any changes to the subject equipment in this matter?
No, the subject equipment is the crude unit heater.
Has there been any change regarding the district rules and/or permit conditions in this matter?
No, there's no change in district rules or permit conditions.
Has Phillips 66 satisfied the conditions of the hearing board order in this matter, which includes the obligation to perform source testing of the equipment with and without steam injection?
Yes, we have satisfied the short variance conditions.
Did Phillips provide notice to the clerk of the hearing board and the district prior to conducting the source tests?
Yes, as required under condition number 1 of the order, we provided the notice.
Was the source testing performed at the Carson plant as required?
Yes, as required under condition numbers 2 and 3 of the order, we conducted the initial source test of the ZECO burners with and without steam injection.
Did Phillips 66 submit the final source test report to the district?
Yes, as required under condition number 4 of the order, we submitted the final source test of the ZECO burners to the district for review and approval. We have coordinated with the agency on review of the reports and understand that the district has approved the source test report.
Did Phillips 66 notify the district of the preliminary source test results?
Yes, as required under condition number 5 of the order, we notified the district of the preliminary source test results following the conclusion of the source tests.
And lastly, did Phillips 66 operate the heater at the optimum level of steam injection ratio that minimizes NOx concentrations during the variance period except during the source testing?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I'll mention, and we'll get to it, at Exhibit 18, we have a timeline of events that have happened at the project level. Mr. Chi will provide information regarding the timeline during his testimony. Mr. Well, let's talk about the source test results that were achieved. The source test was performed, correct?
Yes.
You've already testified to that.
As required under condition number 3 of the order, we conducted the initial source test of the ZECO burners with and without steam injection. We conducted the initial source tests with the original ZECO tips.
And what were the results of the source testing with the original ZECO burner tips?
Burners showed about 38 ppm of NOx without steam and 27 ppm of NOx with steam based on are reclaimed SEMS.
Was the refinery able to achieve full rate during the initial source tests?
No, we were not able to achieve full rate at the crude unit with steam injection. Flame impingement limited the rate at which the source test could be conducted. The operating conditions were less than ideal. While within the NOx permit limits, the test results were not representative of the performance of the crude unit at full rate.
Did Phillips 66 replace the original Zico burner tips?
Yes, based on the results of the initial source test, we elected to replace the burner tips. The goal of the burner replacement was to eliminate flame impingement and attain full production rates and achieve the NOx reductions. Tip replacement started on February 1st, 2017 and was completed by February 4th, 2017.
And of course, those results were source tested, correct?
Yes, the new Zico burner tips have reduced flame impingement, and the new burner tips made full rate possible with steam injection.
And that's where we are today.
Correct.
Let's talk about excess emissions for a moment. Did Phillips 66 perform source testing with the new Zico burner tips installed?
Yes, as required under condition number 3 of the order, we conducted source tests of the Zico burners with the new tips, with and without steam injection, following the modifications.
How did the crude unit perform with the new Zico burner tips?
NOx emissions were reduced by about 100 pounds per day compared to the old burners, and there's some calculations that we've done to estimate that. We estimate that the original, the old burners, which were made by a company called Calidus, that with steam injection, they emitted about 478 pounds a day of NOx. The current Zico burners without steam injection, if they were able to achieve full firing rate, would be emitting about 504 pounds a day. However, with steam injection at full firing rate, the current Zico burners emit about 379 pounds a day. So compared to the 478 of the old Calidus burners, that's approximately 100 pound per day reduction.
I should have done this a moment ago, but again, please draw your attention to what's been marked as exhibit number 16 in your package. This is the NOx, it's titled NOx Emissions Calculations, Phillips 66 Company, and gives the case number 4900-102. Is this what you were just talking about, Mr. Waller?
Yes.
Okay. And it appears that the first number is the original Calidus burners, not the Zico burners, but the ones that were replaced. And this is without steam injection, correct?
Yes, we don't have a lot of data on this, but we looked at past records of the project when those burners were originally installed, and we estimated without steam, they would have emitted about 640 pounds a day.
And once steam was injected into the original Calidus burners, of course, the NOx went down, correct?
Yes,
And they went down to about 478 pounds per day.
correct.
And then we had the burner upgrade project where the Zico burners were installed. And so I see this 504 pounds a day. Is that the Zico burners without steam injection?
Correct.
And of course, with flame impingement, not a good deal. And now we have the current Zico burners with steam injection and the 379 pounds per day.
Yes, correct.
And that's what we're operating at now.
Yes,
So a significant NOx reduction, but you would hope for a little bit more.
correct.
Thank you very much for that. I'd like to have you flip to what's been marked as exhibit number 17, Mr. Waller. This shows the summary of the source test results. And is this for the Zico burner?
Yes.
And this is for with and without steam. What were the emissions of ROG, reactive organic gases, PM, particulate matter, and CO, carbon monoxide, with and without steam injection? Can you just walk us through exhibit 17?
Yes, this is a summary of these.
Is this with the new tips?
Yes,
Okay,
these are what's currently operating.
thank you.
Again, these are the source test results that we've submitted to the district. I just summarized it in this table here. As you can see, I summarized the four main pollutants of concern: NOx, PM, carbon monoxide, and reactive organic gases with and without steam, and then compared them to our permit limits. Sometimes it's a little hard to wrap your head around numbers with a lot of zeros after the decimal point, but as you can see, NOx is less than the permit limit. It's not as low as we'd like. PM essentially stayed the same, 0.034 versus 0.035 pounds per million BTU fired. As you can see, that's about 1/3 of our limit, so we're comfortably below our limit. CO, of course, is 0, as you can see, so it's obviously well below the limit. Reactive organic gases actually improved with steam. As you can see, they're very low, and now they're at 0.0007 pounds per million BTU, which is practically an order of magnitude below our limit of 0.005. So the steam is very successful.
So, Mr. Waller, it looks like that you're operating well below your permit limits.
Correct.
And for members of the hearing board, just an illustration, these are the monstrous source test reports that were submitted. One on March the 7th, the other on March the 15th. We spared you the paperwork, so.
Thank you.
Mr. Waller, is Phillips 66 continuing to make improvements to the low NOx burners and to achieve lower emissions at the refinery?
Yes, we're working with Zeco to improve the performance of the new burners.
I'll please note that Mr. Steve Chi will present testimony on the work under the short variance, including photographs of the new burners with steam injection. I think you'll see a visual improvement and some testimony in the path forward. Do you anticipate any excess emissions during the regular variance period?
No, we estimate no excess emissions in this matter. As demonstrated, the injection of steam into the burners lowers NOx emissions. The granting of a regular variance in this matter should benefit the environment.
Would Phillips 66 be economically harmed if the regular variance in this matter were denied today?
Yes, if we could not continue to inject the steam, the refinery would face operational and safety issues. The heater firing rate for the crude unit is limited without steam injection because of the poor flame pattern from the burners, which results in impingement. We've estimated that the reduced crude rate at the Carson plant would result in financial loss of about $100,000 a day without the steam injection.
And operationally, what would happen if normal rates were attempted without steam injection with the new Zeco burners?
If normal rates are attempted at the crude unit heater without steam injection, the burner flame impinges on the heater tubes. The flame impingement would result in coking on the inside of the tube and potential tube failure. Tube failure could lead to a fire in the heater. In addition, we have spent approximately $4.3 million on the burner upgrade project. If we cannot move forward with steam injection at the crude unit, we would lose the value of the funds invested to date.
One last question, Mr. Waller. Would the granting of the regular variance in this matter create a nuisance condition?
No, it would not.
I have no more questions for this witness.
Ms. Reichert?
Good morning, Mr. Waller. Was Phillips able to achieve the emissions rate that Zeco guaranteed with the steam injection?
Were we able to?
Yes.
No.
Can you explain why?
I think
Is that
Steve
for-
Chi can
okay.
answer that
Thank
better
you.
than I can.
Thank you. No further questions then.
Mr. Waller, looking at Exhibit 17, it appears that you meet the limits both with and without steam.
Correct.
So now you've successfully passed the source tests. What remains?
For the district to issue us a permit so we can continue to use the steam and achieve the lower NOx and avoid flame impingement without needing a variance.
Okay. Have you had any discussions with the district staff following submittal of the source test results?
We've been in discussions, yes.
At this point, do you have any ideas to what their view of the results are? Are they acceptable to the district?
I believe so. They were concerned about the effects of the steam on these other pollutants, ROG, CO, and PM, and the source tests demonstrate that, there's no adverse effect. We're considerably below our limits on those.
Are you aware of any issue that the district might have that might affect their granting of the permit?
Other than they want to put in the permit a limit on how much steam we can inject, so we've had some discussions around that, and how we would monitor that. So that's still an ongoing discussion.
I see. Board members? Ms. Byrd?
So from your testimony, then I think I'm understanding that even though, as the chairman said, you meet your limits or you're below your limits based on Exhibit 17, that your concern is still the operational safety, which would result if you don't have the steam injection.
Yes, without the steam injection, we
Because of the
cannot run
impingement.
at normal full rates.
Okay.
Without, if we try that, we have the steam impingement, which is a significant safety issue.
So on Exhibit 17, was that not run at full rate, or was it run at full rate, the source test?
With steam it was, without steam it was
wasn't?
not.
Okay, okay,
But it's normalized, since this is expressed as pounds per million BTU, it's normalized, so.
okay.
But
okay,
no, with the no steam, we were not at full rate.
Okay, just wanted to confirm, thank you.
Yes, Senator?
Your petition for modification. A, modification extension of the final compliance date. If you're requesting such an extension, it must be filed at least 4 to 5 days prior to the existing final compliance date in order to meet the legal notice requirement. And what we've done here today, and the hearing will be held approximately 4 to 5 days from the date of filing, and 30 days published notice. But anyway, 4 or 5 days. When did you make the request for an extension?
I believe that, and I can show, if you'd like to see it, that our petition for modification is date stamped February the 21st, 2017. So we filed our paperwork within plenty of time to provide the notice back in February. Just in case the district needed more time to issue the permit, we knew that we would need something beyond 90 days under the short. That's the maximum you can get for the short. So we filed this to give the district more time to issue the permit if it needed it. We
You're
didn't.
not- before us today, we're not asking for an extension. You're going for regular variance. When was that required? What's the timeline for that, Mr. Chairman, if you want to respond? What's the legal requirement for changing the intent?
I have with me the notice for this matter, case number 4900-102 for the hearing in this matter. And I will quote, it is, notice is hereby given that the South Coast AQMD, South Coast River Quality Management District, will hold a public hearing at 9 a.m. on Tuesday, April the 18th, 2017, in the Hearing Board Room, District Headquarters at 21865 Copley Drive, to consider the granting of a regular variance from Rules 203, 2004, and 3002. So I do believe that we've made the proper notice.
When was that dated?
This was dated March the 14th, 2017.
Well, I just heard the chairman say that you're not going from extension of the short variance, you got to go for the regular variance. And
I think that's effectively what we're doing here.
I know, but that document you're reading right now has been validated by,
It was,
Put it to the
it was
district.
issued,
Senator, that document that Mr. Norton read from is the notice that is issued by by the district's clerk of the board.
would you like to see it?
The notice has been satisfied.
well then, Mr. Chairman, question to you then, was it necessary to say anything other than the fact that it's a regular variance?
Yes, and the reason I stated that is to make sure that everybody understood, because in the petition, there was and in the opening statement, there was a statement that the petitioner was requesting an extension of a variance, which is not allowed because the short variance expires today, the 90 days maximum for a short variance has run its course, and the short variance cannot be extended, and that is why the petitioner requested a regular variance and requested the regular variance in sufficient time for the clerk to issue public notice as required by Health and Safety Code.
So the petitioner knew or should have known, based on the document that was just read, that it's not an extension of the short variance, but you asked for a regular variance.
Yes.
But you-
I should put a finer point on it. We're asking for an extension of time in this matter to allow the district to issue the facility permit. It takes the form of a regular variance. It's still the same case, but since we're up against the 90 days for the short, it really, the extension and the issuance of the regular variance, I think, are one and the same. And I apologize for the confusion, but it's,
Go ahead.
yeah, it's to extend the time period beyond the 90 days, the hearing board needs to make the findings for a regular variance. We're here to help you do that.
Well, I'm further confused, and that's why I raised my questions. On page 3 of 7, paragraph 6, if it's called, go by paragraph, it says, when did you first become aware that you would not be able to comply with the existing variance? You said to be determined.
Exactly.
You didn't
because-
know when you were aware?
Well, the way that, that we come into compliance is for the district to issue the new permit. And we were not certain at the end of the 90 days that the district would have completed its work and issued the new facility permit. So in an abundance of caution, we filed a petition to notice the hearing for today so that we could go forward and get an extension of time in this matter if the district needed it to issue the permit. In fact, that's what's happened.
You were the one that had to be in compliance with the variance. All the target dates and times and requirements were already specified in the stipulated order of abatement. You knew that.
Well,
So
in-
therefore,
in-
you had to know.
In the short variance, and I
That's
believe,
right.
yes, and we have complied with the conditions of the short variance. You've heard some testimony on that today.
So therefore, then this extension is not, it's not applicable
The,
if you already complied.
well, if, we've complied with our conditions, but we have not achieved final compliance in this matter. Final compliance will be achieved when the district issues a new permit. We've simply run out of time under the short variance, and if the hearing board would extend the time period to allow the district to issue the permit, we would appreciate it. That's why we're here with the request.
When this idea of steam injection became necessary, Zico said you didn't need steam injection in order to comply with the,
I believe the testimony reflects that when the Zico burners were initially started up, that they saw flame impingement and not the performance they wanted on steam, on the Zico burners as far as NOx reduction. Therefore, the parties met and they decided that steam injection should help the performance. The old burners had steam injection. The permit allowed for steam injection. I think the reason we're here is because the new facility permit for the crude unit heater does not have the words optional steam injection in the equipment description. If it did-
it's my recollection, based on previous hearings, which has been introduced, not to be repeated, that Zico informed you, your position, that you did not need steam injection to be in compliance.
When we first had the, we're going through the permitting, the district, your recollection is very good. It's testimony from the last hearing. It's just a snippet that you're recalling. But I believe it was the question is, why didn't the new facility permit have the words optional steam injection written into the equipment description for the Zico burner? Because if it had, we probably wouldn't be here today. When the district was going through the permitting process, the question was raised, did the Zico burners need steam injection to meet the performance guarantee? At that point, Zico said no, they do not. And as a result, the request was not made, and it's not, the equipment description does not say optional steam injection. Once it was, I think the testimony will reflect that once the equipment was started up, that the performance wasn't what Zico said it would be.
I see.
And therefore, the simplest way to achieve the performance is to inject steam into the burner, which has been done. It's been demonstrated to be effective. It knocked down the flame impingement. It reduced the NOx emissions. We're well within our permit limits for all the criteria pollutants. We're an order of magnitude below for the ROG, the PM. Matter of fact, I think the district was concerned that the ROG would go up with steam injection. It went down. It went down by about half. So what we're here to do today is ask for additional time for the district to issue the permit. I think that Phillips has done everything it needs to do on its side, including doing the source test and providing the reports to the district.
Well, Exhibit 617, so you do meet the requirements without steam injection.
On page, okay.
Exhibit 17.
I believe that the testimony shows that without steam, it causes flame impingement. That's the problem. It's not the emissions, meeting the emissions, it's the flame impingement without the steam, even with the new Zico burners.
So you need the steam because of flame impeachment.
And for NOx reductions, both.
Well, you get a little bit more, but you still meet the requirements.
And you can't operate at full rates without steam injection because the flame impinges on the tubes and you can't even run the crude unit at full rate. So you need the steam injection to stabilize the flame, to eliminate the flame impingement, and to reduce NOx. It gives you all three.
One other simple question. Have you had an explosion down there at that site?
Not to my knowledge.
Mr.
I'm sorry, would you repeat the question?
Waller, have you had an explosion down there at that site? At Carson plant?
Exposure, I'm sorry.
Explosion.
Explosion, no.
No windows blown out?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Well, I'll tell you about it later. In any case, what about the protocol for source testing? Has that been submitted and approved by the district?
Such tests have been completed according to the protocol, as I recall the testimony.
Not with the steam, it has not, has it?
Yes, we submitted a protocol for steam injection, yes.
When did you do that?
When? I don't remember. It was,
Because I'm looking for the delays, if there were any, and why they were delayed. If this is all done in advance in a timely fashion, fine.
I'll just note that the test report, the final test report of the Zico burners with the new burner tips with steam injection is dated March the 15th, 2017. And that's the report that was submitted to the district. I have it right here.
The protocol had to be approved prior to that.
It had been approved prior to that, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Norton, thank you for the review of prior testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions?
Chairman, I actually have a follow-up.
Ms. Rucker?
Mr. Waller, I had my, somebody from engineering staff point out that they think that the limit that you have listed here for NOx in Exhibit 17 might be incorrect. Her calculation, it says that the permit limit is 47 ppm at 3% O2, which equates to a 0.052 pounds per MMBTU limit. Did you perform these calculations, or who?
to express it in terms of pounds per million BTU as the 069, yes, I did that calculation.
Okay, can you explain the calculation you performed, just so we can kind of understand? I'll have my engineer testify as to her, her calculation, but I'm trying to understand the,
Can I make a recommendation? Can we take this in the sidebar and just have Min?
yeah,
and
if we could
Marshall-
take a brief,
We're off the record.
thank you.
We're back on the record. Ms. Reichert?
Thank you. I will discuss the issue of the MMBTU numbers with my engineer during a later break and determine if we will present testimony on that. For the time being, I will withdraw the question regarding that number, but I would just ask if you could please provide the numbers in ppm for NOx that's in this chart in Exhibit 17. So the no steam, with steam, and the limit in ppm.
Yes, with no steam, the ppm per the source test was 43.57
Okay.
ppm, under the limit of 47. And with steam, it was 32.89 ppm.
And the limit is 47 ppm, correct?
Correct.
In the current permit.
Yes.
Okay.
So with and without steam, we're below the limit. With steam, we have a significant reduction in NOx.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Waller, so even using what could be the district's numbers, you still would be in compliance with STEAM?
Correct.
Okay. So we don't need to refine those values here. That's yet to be done.
That's correct, and I believe the most appropriate place for that is during the permit evaluation. But they will be in compliance under any circumstance with the steam injection, which is the coverage that they're seeking today.
Correct. I understand. Did you have any further questions for Mr. Waller?
No, thank you.
Any other witnesses, Mr. Norton?
Yes. At this time, I'd like to call Mr.
Senator has a follow-up.
I don't have a problem, I had a question. My question is that when you're requesting the using steam for various reasons that's positive to the system, then will you do source testing if it's approved?
Well, we've already done the source testing and submitted it as part of the permit evaluation.
That's why one of my questions was, how can you do source testing with steam if steam has never been approved by the district for its use?
If I might, that's what our variance allowed us to do.
To use steam?
Yeah, so the permit application went in, said we'd like to use steam. The district said, prove it. Show us that it works. So part of the short variance period, the last 90 days, we injected the steam, we source tested, we gave the results to the district, and the results look pretty good.
Thank you.
Would you like me to call Mr. Cheat?
I think the doctor has a question.
Actually, just a comment. Your presentation is pellucid, and yours was terrific because it was so brief and clear. But what I wanted to make a point was, we've talked about parts per million, and then we talk about, pounds per 24 hours, okay, et cetera. I think it's better for those of us who think about Shakespeare and not so much about pounds per million, that you could use one set of data, because it makes it a lot easier. Because if you take that pounds per million and you manipulate it so you get a number for 24 hours, it only makes it, it doesn't help. It doesn't add. I know what you're trying to prove, but you can prove it just by parts per million, because everybody is working 24 hours. So that's a variable that is really not a variable.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Norton?
At this time, I'd like to call Mr. Steve Chee to testify. Mr. Chee, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Steve Chee, Stevechi.
Are you testifying under oath today?
Yes.
And did you provide testimony at the prior hearing on the short variance?
Yes.
What's your current position at Phillips 66?
I am a project manager,
And how long have you been employed by Phillips 66?
17 years.
In general, what are your duties in your current position?
I manage capital projects for the refinery.
Are you familiar with the petition for a short variance that was filed in this matter?
Yes.
Are you also familiar with the equipment that is subject to the variance request?
Yes.
A little bit of background. Are you very familiar with the crude unit heater burner upgrade project at the Carson plant?
Yes, I served as the project manager for the project.
Could you please describe the crude unit heater burner upgrade project for the board?
Yeah, in November 2015, we initiated development of the project to reduce NOx emission from the refinery. For the crude unit heater, several options were evaluated. Following the evaluation, the Zeco ultra-low NOx burner technology was selected as the best fit for the project.
What was the primary purpose of the crude unit heater burner upgrade project at the Carson plant?
To the best of my knowledge, the sole purpose of the project was to reduce NOx emissions and comply with the latest update to the reclaim regulations.
Why was Zeco selected as the provider of the new ultra-low NOx burner?
Zeco was selected because their ZLSF burners have lower NOx emissions than its competitors. The initial software modeling of the Zeco burner showed that it could achieve the NOx performance guarantee of 19.8 ppm NOx without steam injection. The roughly 20 ppm NOx reduction equated to a 50% reduction over the existing catalyst burners. This was a sizable reduction in NOx emissions compared to the old burners.
When were the new Zeco burners installed at the Carson plant?
Installation of the new burner started on October 5th, 2016, and the work was completed by October 30th, 2016. The startup with the new burners went well. We had no issues during installation. At 67% firing rate, the flame patterns and emissions were in line with expectations.
What happened after the initial installation?
As the firing rate increased, the flame patterns and emissions started to change negatively. At 94% firing rate, there was severe flame wash with significant flame impingement on the heater tubes, resulting in coking. Firing rate was immediately reduced to 70% to mitigate the coking issue.
And Mr. Chi, could you please remind us what is flame wash?
Okay, so ideally, the flame pattern should go straight up with a blue color to the flame. If the gases in the combustion chamber circulate too much, then the flame is pulled away from the tubes and has a yellow color. In industry, we call this flame wash.
Mr. Chi, I'd like to draw your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit Number 8 in this matter in your booklet. Is this flame wash?
Yes, you can see it's not a consistent pattern, and it's leaning, in the picture, it's leaning towards the right.
Okay. And that's that yellow stuff?
Yeah.
There's some new pictures. We'll get to those. Was steam injection into the Zeco burners considered a solution after installation?
Yes. After the burners were adjusted, Zeco agreed that flue gas circulation currents in the firebox were more significant than anticipated. The flue gas currents pulled too much fuel away from the burner air, resulting in severe flame impingement and higher emissions. The solution to the problem was to increase momentum of the fuel so it can mix with the intended burner air to produce a stable flame pattern and meet emissions. The best method to meeting operating emission performance.
Have you prepared a timeline for the activities under the short variance?
Yes, I have prepared a timeline. It's a series of events after the variance is approved.
It's really provided more for reference. It's at Exhibit Number 18 in your package. Mr. Chi, anything to really add to the timeline at this point?
No, it just shows that we progressed through our, normal steps and to achieve what we wanted to do for the variance. And we're still trying to looking at other ways to reduce NOx.
But as far as this project, your activities are completed other than to perhaps explore of additional NOx reductions,
Yes.
perhaps? Okay. And why did Phillips 66 replace the burner tips on the Zeco burners?
So even with steam injection on original tips, we cannot eliminate flame impingement and get to full rates.
I'd like to draw your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit Number 19. And Mr. Chi, are these photographs of the burners, of the Zeco burners with steam injection?
Yes.
Mr. Chi, could you please walk us through, because these look dramatically different than what we saw just a moment ago.
Yeah. So the first page in Exhibit 19 is pictures the cell. The heater has two cells, a north and south cell. And these are the original tips with steam injection. And I noted down there what the firing rate is. So it's at 290 million BTUs per hour, but with 3 burners off. So there's a significance to that. We had to shut off three burners to get rid of flame impingement. And with that, we weren't able to fire at full firing rate.
So just to emphasize, so this is with the original Zeco burner tips before you replace the burner tips with steam injection?
Yeah.
Okay. So you saw the benefit, but you had to derate the crude unit, so you didn't have flame impingement?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And what do we see on the next page, Mr. Chief?
It's the same conditions, except on a north cell.
Okay. More pictures of the same thing?
Yeah.
And this is with a derated crude unit, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what do we see on the third page, Mr. Chief?
So this is, the caption on the bottom says south cell, new tips, and the photograph is on February 6, 2017. So we were able to get up to 313 million BTUs per hour, and we had all burners on. So you could see, it doesn't look quite as good as the previous pictures, but we weren't getting flame impingement, and we were able to get to full firing rate. The conditions at the time was only 313, so the firing rate varies, but subsequently we did get up to the full 350 million BTUs per hour.
So with the Zeco burners with the new tips, with steam injection, you're able to achieve full rates and achieve the NOx reductions?
Yes.
Anything more to add on the photographs, Mr. Chi?
No, that's,
Okay. What does the term safe operating limit mean for the refinery?
the refinery defines, and the refinery has different operating parameters, and we determine what's a safe operating limit for each parameter. So it's a safety issue for operations at the refinery. And
So this is really how much steam you're going to inject,
Yeah.
correct? Not whether or not you're going to inject it, but just the amount.
yeah, just how much, because what our process engineering team performed the hydraulic calculations of the steam and fuel gas system and determined that if there's a differential pressure between the steam and the fuel gas, it could cause a flame out, and we set that set point at 50 pounds differential. Then that's what's known as the safe operating limit. Then our refinery guidelines also require us to set a pre-SOL alarm to alert the operator so that he or she could take corrective action to prevent a shutdown.
So the SOL really relates to how much steam you can safely put into the burner
Yes,
without having operational issues.
yes.
Okay. What was the steam-to-fuel ratio for the crude unit heater that was performed during the source tests?
We conducted the source test at a steam-to-fuel ratio of 0.16, and the heater operation is affected by multiple factors, and we need to balance all these factors to operate the refinery efficiently and safely. So based on our steam ratio test results and the refinery operating conditions, we concluded the ratio should be set at 0.16 to protect the heaters from the safe operating limit.
Okay. This is a long way for me to get to a point, which is if you look on what's been marked as Exhibit Number B, the district's Exhibit Number B, these are our proposed draft regular variance conditions. If you'll note, number 3 says petitioner may operate the heater without steam injection, but whenever the steam is injected, the steam-to-fuel ratio shall not exceed 0.16, averaged over a 1-hour period. That's where that comes from. Is there a significant environmental benefit to going above the 0.16 steam-to-fuel ratio for the crude unit heater?
No, our results show that there is no significant NOx reduction beyond 0.16 steam ratio. At 0.24 steam ratio, we reached the pre-SOL alarm limit.
We're close to done here, but I'd like to draw your attention, Mr. Cheed, but it's been marked as Exhibit Number 20, the last exhibit in our package.
Yes.
Mr. Chi, is there any real benefit? Oh, I might also mention that this same document was provided to district staff upon their request in support of the permit application. Is that correct, Mr. Chi?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at the table, where I'm seeing various steam to fuel gas ratios, is there any real benefit to increasing the steam beyond the 0.16 in NOx reductions?
No, it was, if you look at the table in the middle of the exhibit, you know, beyond 0.16, even all the way up to 0.24, you're not seeing a significant reduction in NOx, right? 35 to 36 versus 33 to 34. So there's really nothing significant beyond 0.16.
There is a downside, though, to adding too much steam, isn't there,
Yeah.
Mr. Chi? What happens at the crude unit if too much steam is injected into the crude unit?
So if we add too much steam, the burner will flame out. The steam will overwhelm the fuel gas, and when there's a flame out, it could take 30 minutes to an hour to reestablish the flame following such an event. Then moreover, other refinery units would be impacted by the flame out. So essentially, the result is a cascade effect that would impact multiple units at the Carson plant, leading to flaring and unnecessary emissions.
What's the plan for the NOx emissions project going forward now that you've done what you've needed to do?
So ZECO is continuing to work on a design for a new set of burner tip to further reduce NOx. So after the study is complete, Phillips will evaluate whether another tip replacement is warranted.
You haven't made any decision, have you?
No,
You haven't even been presented with the information, have
not
you?
yet.
Okay. Would there be a cost to Phillips 66 if a second replacement of the ZECO burner tips was performed?
Yes, the cost for the labor to replace the burner tip would be in the order of $100,000. In addition, there would be regulatory cost. And we need to evaluate the cost of the project and the potential benefits before moving forward with a second replacement with ZECO burner tips.
And you're not even decided whether you're going to replace the burner tips a second time, correct?
No, we haven't been presented with the results yet.
But that does answer the question of what happens to the project going forward.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I had for the Swisses. Thank you very much.
Ms. Reichert?
Mr. Chi, the guarantee, the ZECO guarantee of 18.8 ppm NOx was based on a 0.3 steam injection rate, is that correct?
Yes.
So do you have any idea why, ZECO's basing it on 0.3 and why you weren't able to achieve that without, creating this flame impingement and all this danger, in your instance, in your facility?
So ZECO approached us and they proposed the 0.3. They stated that was an industry standard if you were to do the steam injection. So at their facility, they don't have the same hydraulic constraints we have. We have different pipe size. We have different steam sources. So when they approached us with 0.3, of course, we were open to it. So, and as part of our engineering studies is we got to do a hazard analysis. Then we concluded there's a potential hazard for steam to overwhelm the fuel gas and cause a flame out. So as part of the hazard analysis, our process engineering team, they did a calculation, and they calculated at what differential pressure would cause a flame out. So our condition, what ZECO has in their test facilities versus what the actual conditions aren't the same. So that's why they could propose a 0.3, but based on our own actual engineering calculations, we can only reach, and testing, we can only reach 0.24.
What steam injection ratio did you use with the previous burners?
I have to go look, I don't have that, but I kind of looked through the Calidus projects. Calidus had also proposed a 0.3, but I don't have that data. I don't know what they had in the old burners.
Okay. Has ZECO provided any input about if there would be a way to achieve that 0.3 by any alterations to the equipment?
They have not.
Okay. No further questions.
Ms. Byrd?
You mentioned that ZECO was still working on a possible better tip,
Yes.
but it has nothing to do with the questioning that Ms. Reichart asked you about the 0.3. What is it? What would be better?
They're looking, well, the cost to reduce NOx is significant to the refinery. So any further reduction means we don't have to modify another heater, right? So we were hoping to get,
Can I have just a moment with my witness?
We'll have the record.
that's correct. We can look at-
She's asking you about your SOL, and how that's going to change when you change your printer tabs. I'll just ask her, let me state a question.
We're back on the record.
Could you please restate your question? We have a difference of opinion on what it was.
And maybe I should give you a little background as to why I asked that question. Well, the testimony was that Zico was still working on better tips and that second replacement would be $100,000 plus regulatory cost. And I understand, why that might be something that you might not want to enter into. But if they're working on better tips, why are they working on better tips? Why would you possibly be looking at another change in the tips?
Well, they're working on it, and
For a
for
further
NOx
reduction
for
of
NOx
NOx?
reduction. So they're legally they're on it. They need to meet their guarantee. So that's why we're asking.
Oh, okay.
We're
Okay.
asking them to look further.
Okay, so
we're
they're
not-
looking
We're not
further.
satisfied with the 33.
Gotcha.
We want to see if they could do better.
I believe what Mr. Chi's response is, it's for NOx reductions,
Okay.
and that's the only reason.
So because they did not meet their previous guarantee, they're still working to see if they might potentially meet that. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
But nevertheless, based on your source test, you have achieved compliance with steam injection.
Yes.
Any other questions from Mr. Chi?
Mr. Chi, on Exhibit 18, you have the timeline. Did you testify that you prepared that?
Yes, I did prepare this document.
And does it accurately reflect the events and the dates depicted?
Yes.
And do you have personal knowledge of that information?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Senator?
I recall, once again, that Zico took issue with the fact that you could not attain those performances at your plant, and you were invited to their site where they did a replica of your testing environment, their site modeling, and they performed the test there and it was achieved. You recall that?
No, to build an actual heater is cost prohibitive for Zico. So their test facility consists of single burners or two burner heaters. Our heater has 36 burners. So what they do is they take the test results from one single burner and they model it, computer model it. So the computer model is a simulation. It can't, they try their best to enter the right parameters, but they can't 100% guarantee or predict what's going to happen in the field.
And you, the project manager, obviously you took issue with their testing method.
No, that's industry standard.
What they did is industry standard,
All the other burner manufacturers do the same thing.
but it was not, you were not achieving that results at your site.
And that's because there's different factors involved with our heater.
Okay, you talked about safe operating limits. Use that term. What connotes that? For example, how is the steam injection into the process, how is that controlled to avoid burnouts?
So we have a control valve, and we measure the differential pressure between the steam and the fuel. So if the steam pressure is 50 pounds higher than the fuel gas pressure, we deem that it'll cause the steam or overwhelm the fuel gas, and it'll cause a flame out.
Does it ever happen?
No, we don't want it to happen.
No. Does it ever happen?
It's a possible scenario that the team decided that it could happen.
Has it happened to your knowledge, you the manager?
It has not happened to my knowledge.
Then how you come to conclude that you're going to have some burnouts?
Well, we consulted, I mean, that was an existing control scheme from the catalyst burners too. And we, as a team, as part of the engineering process, as a team, we convene a operations, process engineering, and we go through every single scenario, conceivably what could happen. So we identified there's a steam control valve. If the steam control valve failed wide open, what would happen? So as a team, we agreed that if the steam control valve, because the steam control valve is 175 pounds, the fuel gas is 60 pounds. So you're talking about one order of magnitude higher in pressure. So if too much steam control valve fails open, 175 pounds of steam is going to blow out 60 pounds of fuel gas. So it's a possible scenario.
Does it cause flaring?
If the crude unit heater shuts down, it'll cause flaring from the downstream units.
Have you had flaring in that area before?
We have hair flaring at the refinery because the flare.
What caused it?
When the crude unit heater shuts down, the fractionation process gets upset, and you're releasing gases into the flare system, and our flare gas recovery compressor can't accommodate the additional load. Because when the crude unit's running properly, you're making sure the gases are being produced at the right rates, you're fractionating things and stuff like that. And when the crude unit heater shuts down, you're not heating the gas. So it's a cascading effect.
Cascading, I understand. So, but if the steam is injected into that flaring, what happens?
No, the steam itself does not cause the flaring. The steam overwhelming the fuel gas, causing the heater to shut down,
Right.
causes the flaring.
I understand. And then how do you mediate or control or diminish the flaring at that point in time?
We have flare gas recovery system at the refinery, but we don't want the heater to shut down. So that's why we have the safe operating limit.
That's why you have your standard.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Doctor?
Yeah, just so I have a better picture of this, the standard of the industry, the NOx reduction is about 30% when all things are being used in circumstances like yours at other refineries or at your other refineries. That was my calculation, that you would reduce the NOx with steam by about 30% below the limit. And the question I have is that an industry standard, or is that something in your own other refineries you've experienced that amount of reduction?
Well, the steam injection is not that widely used. It's used in difficult applications, and within Phillips 66, there's only one other heater that has steam injection. So the 30% was given to us by Zeco, and that's based on their experience with other heaters, and it looks like it's the same. Calidus had previously proposed the 30% steam injection.
Gotcha. But what I'm getting at is that I look at the effect of steam on reducing below the limit of the PM and ROGs, and it's dramatic. I mean, there's a full difference. Here it's a mere 30%, and this is the one that we would like to get down by a full difference. Is this the best the current technology can do, or there are other places where they are actually able to get way below the limit, the statutory limits for NOx?
Yeah, that I really don't have an answer to that. I can't. I'm not. I don't have the answer.
I would offer that, that this is a technology forcing application, that the whole reason for the Zeco burner, the ultra-low NOx burner, was to push the limit of NOx reductions. I think what the testimony is showing here is that they tested the limit, and they got reductions, but they also got flame impingement. And the way to get further NOx reductions and also deal with the flame impingement was to inject steam, just like they had before. And it looks like it's been effective. And I do believe that the district had some concerns that other criteria pollutants would go up as a result of the steam to knock down the NOx, because it's really focused on the NOx. And I think the exhibit you're looking at should satisfy the district that the other criteria pollutants are in no neighborhood of violation with steam injection. So everybody should feel happy about those results.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator?
Yeah, on exhibit 19, I think the question was already been posed regarding the new tips. And you have photographs here, which look real nice.
Thank you.
The original tips is shown on the first page here.
Right.
And that's on the south side. And in the north, the next page, original tips. And the next one, it has the south side, new tips,
Correct. That's with the new Zico burner tips.
right?
Give you a complete picture.
Distinct difference in the photographs, in my view, with the old tips and the new tips.
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying that you get a better performance with the new tips?
Well, the other factor you have to look at, Senator, is if you look at the bottom, do you notice the 290 MMBTU per hour firing rate? And then you compare that to the new tips, and they increase the firing rate by quite a bit, up to 313. I think that's the difference.
That's the difference?
They're pushing a lot more fuel through those burners to achieve full rates, because they couldn't achieve full rates with the Zico, with the original burners because of flame impingement. So the 290 isn't full rate. They couldn't achieve it. But if you increase the rate, you're going to see the burners. Yeah, I agree. The burners aren't quite as clean, but they're an awful lot better than what we saw before with those other pictures.
Yeah.
Without steam injection, a lot better, yeah.
All right.
Mr. Chi, how will the emissions be monitored during the variance?
We have a SIMS.
Any other questions, board members? Apparently not. Any other witnesses, Mr. Norton?
No, Mr. Chairman, no more witnesses.
Ms. Reichert?
The district was not intending to call any witnesses. We do have a district engineer available if you have questions.
The board appreciates that. Board members, any questions for district? Ms.
I
Byrd
just
has-
wanted to confirm, very quickly, status of the permit application
Okay.
based on what the petitioner has stated.
If I could have just a brief moment off the record to talk to my
Or off
witness.
the record. We're back on the record.
If you want to do that. Yeah, go push the button. There could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Ming Pham, and I am an air quality engineer working with the district.
Can you spell your name?
Yes, spell as M-I-N-H is my first name, and last name is Pham, P-H-A-M.
And what is your actual title here at the district?
My actual title here at the district is air quality engineer. Two, yes.
And did you take the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
Could you please provide a status update on the permit application?
For the permit application, we already have the source test review, so we need to go through all of the rule evaluation again. And I expected that it will last about between 90 days to 120 days.
Are there any concerns that have come up in the processing of the permit that you think could prevent its issuance or provide a delay?
We still continue to discuss with Phillips 66 on how they're going to monitor the steam and the fuel to assure a steam to fuel ratio of 0.16. Because we do not want the operation of the heater will cause unsafe condition for the refineries.
If you'll look at Exhibit B, Condition 2, is this information that you need to help you process the permit?
Yes, the information in condition number 2 will help me a lot to evaluate what Phillips 66 have testified today.
That's all I have. No further questions.
Mr. Norton,
No questions. Thank you for your service.
Ms. Byrd,
So all of this information is yet to be received. That's in condition 2.
Yes,
Okay. Is it reasonable to expect that you said 120 days max?
yes.
Is that what you said? So you're expecting between 90 and 120 days. There's no reason that you would expect it would go past that based on what you...
I am optimistic that we can stay within that time limit.
Okay. All right, thank you. And there has been no holdup on the part of Phillips in acquiring whatever you need prior to this
Right,
variance?
so I hope that Phillips 66 will work with us on how to monitoring the steam and the fuel to assure the compliance of 0.16 in condition number 3. And I hope that the information that Phillips 66 submitted by April 28 will help me to make that determination also.
Thank you.
Mr. Lofgren.
Yes, Exhibit B is a draft regular variance conditions, I believe, proposed by Phillips. Is the district in agreement with each and every one of those conditions?
If I may, the district proposed these conditions.
Oh, I'm sorry, of course, it's Exhibit B. I withdraw my question.
Thank you.
I might add, though, that we have negotiated a consultant on those, and Phillips can comply with these conditions.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Senator?
How are you doing?
Hi, how are you?
If the petitioner will provide the data based on Exhibit B, paragraph 2, by March 1st to April 14, 2017, why is it going to take 90 to 120 days to comply, before issuing the permit? What are we doing wrong here?
I will have to take time to look at the information that provided. At this time, I do not know does the information will fit with what Phillips 66 testified. That is why condition number 4, we have the 2 conditions. Number 1, the variance shall expire at the earliest of the issuance of a new permit or by the end of 120 calendar days. So we will work at my best to issue the new permit as soon as possible, but I cannot guarantee, besides my my review, there's we have many level of review between me and the time that we propose.
If I may as well, there is a mandatory 45-day review period for the EPA that's incorporated into this timeline. So that's subtracted off of the timeline that we have here. So internal review is significantly less than that.
Paragraph 2, A through F. The petition is providing the information, the data to the district. Simple and straightforward. With all your experience in your job that you're performing, what's the problem with this information that takes you so long?
I don't understand the question. Could you rephrase?
Why would it take 120 days, even though it's the max, even 90 days, to look at that data?
It won't, because you have to subtract 45. So we're looking at actually 45, oh God, math. 45 to 85, right?
Don't call on God, it's all right, just tell us.
75, 45 to 75 days. 45 to 75 days internal before we send it to EPA. We're giving them 2 weeks, so then that subtracts 14 off of that, which would be then 31 to 71 days. Did I do that right? Okay. So we're looking at, she's asking for about a month to a month and a half for her to complete her entire engineering review after obtaining all of this information, for her supervisors to review, send it back with any questions, to negotiate the remaining issues with about monitoring steam injection. It's actually a pretty strict timeline.
But starting April 14th, bottom line.
No, April 28th is the date that they
28th.
have to, so that's 2 weeks from
It's
now.
all gonna be in there. She'll be looking at this data as you go through submitting these reports to other agencies. She'll have this to be looking at and coming to some decision.
If I might.
Right this moment, I haven't got the data yet, and I hope that by April 28th, I will get all of the data from 2A to 2F.
And what will you do with it?
I will look at it to see if indeed the steam and the fuel pressure and the differential pressure is within 50, and if that is below the 0.16, compared to the exhibit number 20 that the Phillips 66 has provided to me.
With your education experience, how much time would it take you to do that?
It may take me a couple weeks to go.
weeks.
If I
Yes.
may, which is what we're allowing for. If I may, did you, how long
can I
would a
interject here?
similar
Excuse
petition
me,
take you?
Mr. Norton's anxious to.
Please.
I'd just like to point out that during the period that the district is reviewing the source test information and this other information, we will have hopefully a regular variance that allows Phillips to continue with the steam injection at the 0.16 pounds of steam per fuel ratio. So we're not losing much.
I'm not saying you losing anything at all. I'm just trying to get to the bottom line as to why it's so much time being consumed to approve the permit when they could take 2 weeks to look at the data.
How long does a typical permit evaluation like this take?
I just recently processed an application for the IC engine, emergency IC engine, that meet all of the criteria, the COP, the most recent BACT criteria, and really the process take long. It took me 6 months to complete it because so many review and it complicated. And then after that, now we're still waiting for 45 days EPA review. So the process is not straightforward. It's not that we can rubber stamp the information that Phillips 66 provided. We need to be sure that all of the information is there in case if there is any question asked. That is why I particularly asked Phillips 66 to provide information on how do they determine the safety, the safe operation, like as you just asked Phillips 66. Those information are very important for R5.
Ms. Pham, is this the only permit application that you're working on?
No, for Phillips 66, I still have the flare operation, the flare minimization plan on my desk.
And you have other permits from other
I
facilities
have
as
other
well?
permits also.
Mr. Chairman,
And does,
Mr. Chairman, may I conclude my question?
excuse me, sir, I'm asking
I
questions
know, but you
now.
interrupted me as I was asking questions.
This was for clarification.
Gee whiz. If I interrupt you, then you say you interrupted me.
You're right.
And I'm saying you interrupting me.
And the reason for that is to shorten the, to bring out some information that would hopefully shorten the questioning. Ms. Pham, when you receive the information that you requested, does that sometimes result in new questions being asked by you?
Yes, sir.
Is that also the situation with your supervisors who review the application? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Senator, you may continue.
I don't have to add any, you asked all the questions. I don't need any more questions.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Apparently not. Is there any member of the public who wishes to testify in this matter? I see none. Closing, Mr. Norton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for your patience in this long process. We're happy to report that, that under the short variance that the hearing board graciously provided to Phillips, that steam injection was successfully demonstrated at the Carson plant. The new Zeco burners were operated both with and without steam injection and were tested, as the testimony reflects. The source test results were submitted to the district. They've been reviewed, and I believe the testimony shows that the source tests have been approved, and they were waiting for the permit. Overall, the source test showed that the steam injection was effective at reducing NOx levels from the crude heater. Steam injection reduces NOx emissions from the crude unit by about 100 pounds per day. This is less than the 220 pounds per day of NOx reductions that we had hoped to achieve, but it remains a significant reduction in NOx for the refinery. We heard testimony on the that the source tests were performed at a steam-to-fuel ratio of 0.16. That's a 0.16 pounds of steam per pound of fuel. Phillips found that increasing the steam-to-fuel ratio above 0.16 could result in operational issues such as the flame out that we had discussed. Moreover, and I believe as Exhibit 20 will show, increasing the steam-to-fuel ratio above 0.16 did not provide further NOx reductions. So it puts the crude unit heater at risk of flame out and doesn't achieve much more in terms of NOx reductions. Therefore, the safe operating limit was set at 0.16. That's independent of the burner. It's independent of the burner tips. It's just a safe operating limit for the refinery. To achieve final compliance with this matter, the district will need to issue a new facility permit for the Carson plant that allows for steam injection at the Carson plant. Further information has been requested from the district. After consultation, it appears the district will need approximately 120 days to complete its work and issue this new permit. The short variance expires today. An extension of time is needed to allow for steam injection while the district completes its work. Therefore, a regular variance is needed in this matter. And with that, I'll rest. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Reichert?
Thank you. Subject to compliance with the proposed conditions, the district is not opposed to the granting of this variance. Thank you.
Discussion, board members, I think that the findings that we made at the short variance hearing in January still apply. I think in addition to that, what we've learned is that the petitioner has now completed the testing both with and without steam, has learned where and to what extent the emission reductions can be achieved with steam, and what precautions need to be taken in order to prevent flame out. The results of the source test have been reviewed by the district as testified to by Ms. Pham, and what remains is for Ms. Pham and her superiors to review the emissions and the results and the additional information that is being requested and which is required as part of the proposed variance conditions, and EPA review of 45 days. All of this can take a considerable amount of time. I think if, for those who have never reviewed or processed any permit applications such as this, it does seem like an extraordinary long time. But when you consider the detail of what needs to be done, the questions that need to be answered, which when answered may result in further questions, we can understand that it does take longer than one would expect. Can it take as many as 120 days? Possibly. That's what Ms. Pham has testified to, and I have no reason to believe that it would not. I think all of the necessary findings that we need to make for a regular variance were found in the short variance hearing, and we can adopt those as our findings with the addition of the new information that we learned today. Any other comments? None?
Sorry.
Ms. Bird?
You can't see my light from here. I agree that we can make the findings based on the prior petition for the short variance, and that I think that we need to remind ourselves that this work was started because of a knock shave that was anticipated, that was being put in place by the district, and there was planning on the part of this facility in advance with the knowledge that the knock shave was coming. I also just want to say that, the district, there are a number of times that the district may say that it takes a certain period of time, but I would really like it to be different. But as the hearing board and not as the district, I don't think the hearing board gets to tell the district how quickly they should do their job. We have to take the information that's presented to us and try to make it and mold it into what's the most effective based on the information that we're provided.
Thank you. Senator?
As we all know, it takes a lot of money to run this district, keep it operational. And I don't see anything here that says that there will be an additional fee during this process. Is that usually the case or not the case?
Senator, do you wish some additional testimony?
I just asked the question. Anybody can answer, fine.
Who are you asking the question of?
I'm asking of you, is there a fee?
Of me? I'm not testifying. Did you wish an answer from a district witness or a witness from the respondent?
I can ask the district. Is there?
Okay, just a second. We need to reopen the hearing, and I need 3 votes to do that.
Well, in that regard, Mr. Chairman, if you have a standard practice and procedure, we have to adhere to it. And I've noticed that you have done this, the hearing closed, and you started to ask questions. Now, if that's the case, then fine, I'll withdraw my question, and we'll adhere to the policy in the future.
Do you want to reopen is the question?
Yeah, let's open and ask the question.
If you want to reopen, then 3 members have to say that they agree with it.
I'd like to reopen.
Okay.
I'm willing to allow you.
Likewise. So, okay.
If someone can answer the district or the petitioner, is there the fee being paid during this period of time? In addition?
There is a permit processing fee that the district charges when you,
So there'd be additional fee.
I'm not sure, an additional fee,
When the short variance, there's the fee, I would assume.
I think we can,
No,
we can
the-
finish properly.
okay.
Could I ask,
I think what we're talking about, we're not talking about a fee for the, are you asking, maybe I don't understand the question. Are you asking regarding a permit fee or a fee for filing a petition for a short variance or a fee for filing a petition for a regular variance?
Regular variance, an additional fee for filing.
For a regular variance?
Yes,
Okay. The fee for the regular variance petition has been, the clerk is nodding her head indicating that that has been paid. Is that correct? She's nodding her
have that
head.
received? I didn't hear you, sir.
Oh. The clerk is indicating that the fee for the filing of a petition for a regular variance has been paid. And I believe that the filing fee has to be paid before we can hold a hearing.
Very good, it's nice to know.
We'll close the hearing. Further discussion?
if I just might add one thing, if you decide for 120 days, that's on or about August the 15th.
We're off the record for a second. We're back on the record. If there's no further discussion, I move that in the matter of Phillips 66 Company, case 4900-102, we grant a regular variance commencing forthwith and continuing through August the 14th. I think that's 90 days. Continue through August 14th or until the issuance of a new permit allowing for steam injection of the burners. The variance is for the crude heater unit D59 located at 1520 East Sepulveda Boulevard in Carson, California at the Phillips 66 facility. And the variance is subject to the conditions set forth in Exhibit B, with the exception of condition number 4, which is part of the order. So it's not needed as a condition, and so that will renumber the final condition, which was previously 5, to condition 4, and there are no excess emissions. That concludes my motion. Is there a second, Ms. Byrd?
I'll second it, but then I had a question. You said August 14th? Is that, condition 4, which we're taking out, but it says 120 calendar days would be the max?
Correct.
Is that August 14th?
Is
only
it starting
90
today or tomorrow?
Today,
It would be August 16th.
16th.
Yeah. I mean, according to the internet.
And the internet is always
It's
right.
always right. No, I just asked the internet to calculate for me 120 days from today. And I did a quick looking at my calendar, and I also confirmed that as well, so.
All right. I didn't think it was, and I just thought I would throw it, okay.
Yeah, if you look, because it's 13 weeks from today is the 15th, which would be 119 days, and so you would add 1, which would be the 16th.
You're assuring this is not fake news?
No, I am assuring, I will represent this is not fake news.
So through August 16th.
August 16th.
I'll amend my motion to make it ending August 16th. Ms. Byrd,
I'll accept that.
discussion on the motion. Senator? I'm asking for discussion.
Oh, I have nothing to say, Mr.
Okay, I thought you were leaning towards your button. Apparently, there's no discussion. Dr. Lerner, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Lofgren?
Yes.
Chair? Thank you. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your patience. This is a long, complicated matter, and thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, may I comment, please?
Sure. Oh,
I just,
the hearing board is still in session, and
Mr. Chairman, I think it's important that, for me to share the information with you, why I'm touchy on the money, and the reason why in 1976, I introduced and had adopted a California State Constitution amendment to deny the district for finances using property tax money, but for fee-for-service, they are to be reimbursed fee-for-service to manage and operate the district in a financial way. And that's why, it's something that I've been leaning on for years. It's how it can be funded in order to operate and to exist.
thank you. I think that's very important. And that's the reason why the application for a permit has a fee attached to it. And the fee schedule is in our regulation, District Regulation 3. And I also would like to offer that the Budget Advisory Committee is, of the district's Budget Advisory Committee, is very concerned about the backlog of permit applications, and has received information from district staff regarding their efforts, which have been very successful in continuing to reduce that backlog and continuing to reduce the time to review permit application. So there's a lot going on to address your concerns, and that work continues. Any other comments? Any other business? Ms. Byrd?
My comment is the same comment I make every time. This is a hearing board independent of the district, and we don't really get to tell them how to run their business.
Valid comment. If there's no other business, we are adjourned.